Good morning, everyone. Before we begin our meeting today, we will conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our newly appointed and reappointed regents. And before beginning with our swearing-in ceremony, I'd like to begin by introducing our newly appointed and one reappointed regent. First, we have Doug McCreakin. Mr. McCreakin is from Friendswood, Texas, and serves as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Media Writers, Inc., and President of McCreakin Enterprises, McCreakin and Associations, and McCreakin Agriculture, LLC. Additionally, Mr. McCreakin has an extensive list of boards and organizations which he has served or is currently serving across the state of Texas and within Texas Tech. Mr. McCreakin received a Bachelor of Business Administration and Management from Texas Tech in 2000. He and his wife, Erica, live in the Houston area, and they have 3 children. And then next we have Mr. Don Sinclair, who is from Houston, Texas. He is a private investor in the energy industry. His past experience in energy with focus on marketing and trading spans over 40 years. Mr. Sinclair has and continues to serve on many boards, including here at Texas Tech. He received a BBA from Texas Tech in 1980 and is also a distinguished alumnus of the Rawls College of Business. His wife, Susan, also earned her degrees in business management from Texas Tech in 1981. And finally, Mr. Dusty Womble has been reappointed to the board. In case any of you don't already know Mr. Womble, he is from Lubbock and has a long and impressive business background. Currently, he is the founder and partner at Masked Rider Capital, where he serves as a visionary for the firm. Additionally, Mr. Womble serves in leadership roles with several boards and local businesses. He received a bachelor's degree in Business Administration Management Information Systems from Texas Tech in 1981. He and his wife, Alicia, who is also a Texas Tech graduate, have lived in Lubbock since 1977. Together, they have 6 children, 3 daughters and 3 sons, and have 10 grandchildren. So congratulations to all of our new Regent appointees. We are so happy to have you join us all on the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system and look forward to working with you. And now I will conduct the swearing-in ceremony and administer the oath of office. Mr. McCreakin, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Womble, please join me in front of the dais. So congratulations to each of our new regents, and we would be pleased to hear from each of you if you'd like to make any remarks at this time. I know some of your family members are also present, and if so, please introduce them to us as you have your words to say. And thank you for all of your willingness to serve on this board. We all look forward to working with each of you and the advancement of Texas Tech system and each of its component institutions. So, Dusty, since you're the senior, why don't you go ahead and lead us off?
I've chosen better words.
Yeah. I didn't mean senior citizen. I meant,
Okay. It's a distinguished privilege to be asked to serve on. It's a distinguished privilege to be asked to serve on this board again. I love this institution. I love the system. We are poised for greatness. I firmly believe that. We have exceptional leadership at each one of our component institutions, at the system level. We are a unified force that has enough size and momentum to be a significant factor, not only in the state of Texas, but on a national scale. We have an alumni base that is energized on the front of academics, of athletics, institutional advancement. We have very few divisions inside of our organizations, and I couldn't be more excited about the future of what Texas Tech system and our component institutions can do. I'm privileged to serve on this board. I'll be starting my 8th year here, and every year we have had exceptional leadership, and I'm very excited to serve as vice chairman with Cody and his leadership and vision for the system and each one of the institutions.
Regent Sinclair.
Thank you, Chairman. Not dissimilar from anyone else, huge honor to be here. I always think, and when I think the magnitude of the honor, I think of the significance of the responsibility, which I think is much greater than the honor itself. I want to thank Susie for being here. Our two children are not here because they're both pursuing their career and trying to raise a family. So they had more important things to do today. There was a group of us got together a long time ago, and we had a saying, if it wasn't for Texas Tech, fill in the blank. So everything that's happened that's been significant in my life has happened through this institution. So I can't tell you how proud I am to be part of the Regents and to be able to be associated with these people. The institution presidents, I've been fortunate enough to work with you before, and I can tell you we're in great shape, and that's not a reflection on me being here, but it's a reflection on everyone else in this room. I want to think I had some dear friends that somewhere found a road to Lubbock. I don't know how they did it that came today, and I want to thank them for being here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Regent McCreakin.
Mic check. First time. This is a very big honor for me, and very excited. I've got to meet the board over the last couple of weeks, and of course the chancellor. And this is, from what I can tell, outside looking in, it's a very cohesive board that you have here at Texas Tech that is really willing and wanting to make everything the university move forward in the best way possible. So thanks for having me. I hope I can figure out how to continue to drink from this fire hose with all the information coming at me and provide some value here in this position. I thank the governor. I'm going to work for the taxpayers and of course the students here at Texas Tech and across the 5 universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, like I said, we're just so excited to work with all of you. We've had a really, as Dusty said, cohesive board for the last 2 years. And, I feel very strongly that we have, the governor did a great job once again of appointing 2 new, very qualified regents who are going to fit in right with the group and continue to push harder to advance this place. And, we have big ambitions, and we plan to achieve them. And so look forward to working with you guys on those. So the meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University system is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. And we will begin with introductions and recognitions. Chancellor Mitchell, President Hawkins, President Haney, President Skuvenak, President Lang, and President Rice Spearman, will you please present your introductions and recognitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kano handed me this for my presentation. I'm supposed to, now I get it. Okay, all right. I have two recognitions this morning, members of the board. First is Cynthia Job. Here she is. Cynthia's in the back. So this will be Cynthia's last Board of Regents meeting as she's set to retire after 23 years of service to the Texas Tech University system. Cynthia's journey with our system began in 2002 when she took on the role of administrative assistant for the TTU system Offices of Investment and Treasury. What started out as a job quickly grew into a career for Cynthia that included a promotion to senior administrative assistant in 2009 and to executive assistant in 2013. While each change brought about new challenges, growth, and memorable experiences, Cynthia says she truly found her calling and has had the most rewarding chapter of her career since she began managing the building as the concierge front desk in 2019. In this role, she has met countless dignitaries, built cherished memories through the relationships and experiences she gained, and helped organize and support all of us during 38 Regents meetings. We could not have pulled off these meetings without Cynthia's hard work and dedication, and while we're sad to see her go, we're very happy for her to step into a new role, grandmother. A little over a week ago, she celebrated the birth of her first grandson, Cannon. This is Cynthia up there with Cannon. We're also at the same time excited to welcome Lauren Ritter as her replacement, a 2022 Texas Tech graduate. Lauren joined the TTU system in February after 8 years with TTU Online, including time at the TTU DFW location. I have to say this about Cynthia. Upstairs in my suite, I have a shower up there, and I'll come in the mornings after working out, and I came in a few weeks ago, and it was just so miraculously cleaned up. Everything was organized. Somebody put an organizer over there and put all, your stuff in it. And I went out and said to Dee Dee, I said, well, Dee, that's very sweet that you did that. Dee Dee said, I didn't do it, Cynthia did it. Anyway, so Cynthia, thank you for everything you've done for us, and I want to lead us all in a tremendous round of applause for everything you've brought. Mr. Chairman, I have one more introduction. That is Mr. Steve Sosslin. Where's Steve? Stand up, Steve. So Steve and I actually, by chance, grew up around the corner from each other in Longview, Texas. Steve is a 1980 graduate of the United States Military Academy. Steve, when we were kids growing up, was the guy that kept thumping me on the back of the head on the bus. But in spite of his horrible beginnings, he wound up making something of himself as a member of the Ranger Battalion after graduation from West Point. Steve and I had bumped into each other off and on throughout our professional careers because he's had a career path that kind of paralleled mine. Steve joined the Texas Tech University system at the Health Sciences Center in 2018 to start our leader development program and actually to run our HR department. But quickly that morphed over into just a leader development program for the entire system. He and his team have worked tirelessly over the last 7 years to really embed a values-based culture in all 5 of our universities as well as at the system, and worked very hard to develop very specific leadership programs, leader development programs for our faculty, our staff, and our students. Steve will be retiring this summer to spend time again as a grandfather, and he and his wife Kelly will be sorely missed. So let's give him a round of applause as well. That is all of my recognitions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 recognitions. I want to start out with Dr. Katie Lyman. Dr. Lyman, there she is over there. Dr. Lyman commenced her role as the Dean of the Archer College of Health and Human Services at Angelo State University on April the 1st, and no, it was not an April Fool's joke at all. She comes to us from Kirkwood Community College in Iowa, where she served as the Dean of Health Occupations and Healthcare Simulation for just shy of 4 years. Prior to her administration career, she was an associate professor in orthopedics and sports medicine at North Dakota State University. Dr. Lyman has 24 peer-reviewed publications, including some in top-tier chiropractic and emergency medicine journals. In addition, she has 37 peer-reviewed and 11 invited presentations. Dr. Lyman has a passion for accreditation and higher education, believing that we are at the forefront of changing the trajectory of people's lives. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Katie Lyman to the ASU Ram family. Also like to recognize Haley Loudon. Haley is a senior computer science major in Angelo State University and has been selected by the National Security Agency, the NSA, for a 2025 Future Computing Summer Internship Program. She is the first ASU student to earn a place in this prestigious program. The 10-week internship at the NSA Laboratory for Physical Sciences in Catonsville, Maryland, focuses on high-performance computing, a field critical to national security, discovery, and technological innovation. Haley is a student worker at ASU's award-winning Regional Security Operations Center and an active member of the Guardians of the Grid Cybersecurity Student Organization. Under the mentorship of NSA professionals, Haley will gain valuable hands-on experience and enhance her technical skills while working on a research project aimed at advancing high-performance computing capabilities. Haley is a regular on the ASU's Dean's List and has competed in the Hivestorm Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, placing in the top 100 in the nation. She was also the captain of the ASU team that competed in the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. Please join me in congratulating Haley Loudon. And then finally, Mr. Chairman and Board of Regents, Angelo State has been designated a National Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense by the National Security Agency. This designation is valid through the 2029 academic year. ASU has met rigorous standards set by the NSA to earn this designation, including having at least one degree or certified program designated as an NSA program of study. ASU's Bachelor of Science in Computer Science achieved this designation in June of 2024. The university demonstrates significant community involvement and creates an environment for collaboration and addressing current and emerging cybersecurity issues. ASU's designation places it in the national spotlight for cybersecurity education, enhancing its ability to recruit and graduate future cybersecurity leaders who will be crucial in defending the nation's infrastructure. The map of Texas that is being shown has only 2 universities east of I-35. ASU is one and UTEP the other that have earned the NSA designation. And for that, Mr. Chairman and fellow regents, we are very proud. And this concludes our recognition. Thank you.
There we go. Well, I am very pleased this morning to recognize Dr. Robert Forrester, who will become MSU's Dean of the Dillard College of Business Administration on August 1st, following a national search. Dr. Forrester currently serves as Chair and Dillard Distinguished Professor of Energy Finance in the Department of Economics, Finance, and General Business. He is a proud 2-time graduate of MSU Texas, having earned both his BBA and MBA at MSU before completing his Doctorate of Business Administration at Kennesaw State University. Before moving to higher education, Dr. Forrester led a successful 30-year career as president and CEO of a number of private companies in Henrietta and the Wichita Falls area, including 4 Stars Automotive in Henrietta. He is a champion of collaboration between faculty and administration to enhance student learning experiences and innovative research. He is also passionate about building meaningful relationships with the community and alumni to enhance career opportunities for our students. Next, I am pleased to recognize one of our retiring faculty members who is recommended for emeritus status. Dr. Ruth Morrow will retire from MSU at the end of May as a professor of music following 36 years of service. During her career, she served MSU as the Bullen Distinguished Chair of Piano. Her scholarly work includes a Fulbright Professorship in Austria and the Jane Spear Carnes Faculty Fellowship in Creative Endeavors. At MSU, she served for 8 years as chair of the Department of Music and as a frequent accompanist for the MSU Department of Music. And finally, I would like to recognize MSU Chief of Staff, Debbie Barrow. Debbie, if you'll stand. Yeah. Debbie will retire from MSU following 50 years of service, including 4 years as a student worker. Last week, she received a Certificate of Excellence from Congressman Jackson and his team, as well as a state flag flown over the Capitol from Representative James Frank in honor of her passionate, consistent, and gracious representation of MSU with the Texas legislature, another sign of the respect she has garnered during her career. When MSU began talks about joining the tech system, Debbie worked closely with the MSU president and Board of Regents during the almost 2-year process. She then served as a key member of the transition team working out the details of the MOU and the legislation. It is so bittersweet for all of us who have had the privilege of working alongside Debbie Barrow or calling Debbie friend, and for the really, really lucky among us to be both. I first knew Debbie as a fellow student, and then as a student worker for Debbie, and then for decades as a very dear friend. And I am so, so grateful and fortunate that Debbie agreed to stay on for an additional 2 years to support me. It was the gift of a lifetime, as has been your friendship. And our community and MSU are so fortunate that Debbie chose to invest her amazing, incredible life's labor in us. And in the inimitable words of Jeffrey Swartz, because we knew you, we have been changed for good. And I will now turn it over to Regent Sweat for a special presentation.
Thank you, President Haney. The Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System would like to bestow a resolution of commendation and recognition for the long and faithful service of Deborah Barrow, who, amongst many other roles, served as staff secretary for the Midwestern State University Board of Regents. Debbie, on behalf of the board, I gladly present the special resolution, which reads as follows. Whereas the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is proud to recognize and honor Debbie Barrow for 50 years of dedicated service to Midwestern State University, 46 years as a full-time employee, and 4 years as a student assistant. And whereas Debbie Barrow is a 2-time graduate of Midwestern State University with a Bachelor of Business Administration in 1978 and a Master of Arts in Political Science in 1991. And whereas Debbie Barrow joined the Midwestern State University family as a full-time employee on May the 1st, 1979, as Executive Secretary, Administrative Assistant to the President, and now serves as Chief of Staff and member of the President's Council. And whereas Debbie Barrow worked with and supported, and get this, 7 university presidents, 3 interim presidents, numerous vice presidents, administrators, faculty, and staff, and championed more than 50,000 students who earned their degrees at Midwestern State University during her service. And whereas Debbie Barrow worked with the late Professor Michael Flavin in the 1970s to establish the university's prestigious Student Ambassadors Leadership Group and served many years as its primary advisor. And whereas Debbie Barrow produced more than 200 meeting agendas and minutes as staff secretary for the Midwestern State University Board of Regents from 1979 until August 31st, 2021, upon the university's membership with the Texas Tech University System. And whereas Debbie Barrow served as a dedicated university ambassador and liaison for governmental relations with city, county, state, and federal officials, and supported the institution through 9 Texas legislative sessions, and she's still smiling. And whereas Debbie Barrow is known on campus for her near-perfect recall of institutional events, governmental relations, and all things Midwestern State University. And whereas Debbie Barrow volunteers her time and talents serving the Wichita Falls community through organizations such as Backdoor Theater, United Way, Girl Scouts, the American Heart Association, the Wichita Falls Art Association, the Alliance for Arts and Culture, and the Prudy Foundation. And whereas the Board of Regents offers expressions of profound gratitude for such dedication, service, and passion. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System commend Deborah Barrow for her extraordinary and exceptional service to Midwestern State University. And be it further resolved that this commendation and recognition be officially published by the board and incorporated into the minutes of the Texas Tech University System's meeting on the 8th day of May 2025 in Lubbock, Texas. In witness thereof, the undersigned members of the Texas Tech University System Board of Regents have affixed their signatures and the seal of the Texas Tech University System to this resolution. In closing, please let the official record reflect the designation of this honor by the Board of Regents upon Debbie Barrow. Debbie, and now if you would please come forward as we present you with this resolution.
President Skubanek.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 introductions. First, I'd like to recognize Dr. Bailey Shaw. In February, Dr. Shaw was welcomed to Texas Tech as the new dean of the College of Media and Communication. She comes to us from California State University at Fullerton, where she served as the dean of the College of Communications. Prior to her time at Cal State, she held leadership roles at San Diego State University, where she served as the interim associate dean and the director of the School of Journalism and Media Studies. Before entering academia, Dr. Shaw worked as a public affairs officer for the U.S. Census Bureau, where she oversaw the promotional campaign, the 2000 Census campaign. For that work, she received the Public Relations Society of America's Award of Excellence. She holds degrees from Purdue University and the University of Maryland, where she received her PhD, and she has received the prestigious distinction as College of Fellows recipient. We're very pleased to have Dr. Shaw at Texas Tech University, and we look forward to your leadership of the College of Media and Communications. On March the 11th, Texas Tech experienced a significant and unexpected challenge with multiple fires, a substation failure, and a full campus power outage. Within minutes of that event, the university's emergency response team, along with local agencies, including the Lubbock Police, the Lubbock Fire Rescue, Lubbock Power and Light, and Atmos Energy, they mobilized to secure the campus and begin restoration efforts. Over the course of a week, several people worked tirelessly to return the university to full operational status. And what followed was a remarkable demonstration of teamwork and dedication and leadership by those I want to recognize now. So I want to especially acknowledge the efforts of Meredith Imes, please all stand, Director of Emergency Management, Kyle Bonin, Chief of the Texas Tech Police Department, Mike Keenan, our Fire Marshal, and Sean Childers, the Associate Vice President for Operations. Their commitment and tireless efforts ensure that our students, faculty, and staff return to a safe campus after spring break. I would add it was an extended spring break. Thank you very much. And finally, it's my pleasure to recognize the achievements of our Texas Tech cheer teams. Would you all please stand? And with those students, please come forward. I have a little presentation I'd like to make to you. At the 2025 NCAA College Nationals in Daytona Beach, both our small co-ed and large co-ed squads secured national championships in the Advanced Division 1A category. This marks a historic moment for our Spirit program, which is led by Bruce Bills, who's the head cheer and mascot coach, and Stephanie Rode, Spirit Program Director. The small team has won back-to-back national titles, and the large co-ed team has returned to the top spot after winning that distinction in 2019. They do a great job at so many events throughout the year, but this was an occasion when they brought great pride to Texas Tech and set a new standard of achievement for the university. Speaker of the House, Dustin Burrows, has sent a certificate of recognition along with a flag which they flew over the Capitol building, and I'm going to give it to you right now.
At least a herky something.
And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my introductions.
Thank you. President Lang.
I have no introductions, but since Debbie Barrow is now available, Debbie, I'm taking applications.
And President Rice Spearman.
I'm honored to recognize a leader whose career has shaped how RHSC serves rural communities across Texas. Dr. Philly Billups Jr. has dedicated more than 50 years to higher education in Texas, 16 of those at RHSC. On June the 1st, he will transition from Executive Vice President of the Division of Rural Affairs and Director of the F. Murray Hall Institute for Rural and Community Health to focus on scholarly work as a Grover E. Murray Professor. Through tireless leadership, Dr. Phillips has expanded access to care in the most overlooked parts of our state. A proven innovator, he developed the first competency-based telehealth simulation lab in the nation. Founded the Texla Telehealth Resource Center to expand telehealth in Texas and Louisiana, and led mental health initiatives for rural school children that served as the foundation for the statewide TCHAP program, which is now the Sentinel Mental Health Delivery Program in Texas. He also initiated the Next Gen 911 project, enhancing first responders' use of technology in the ambulance, going across dirt roads and multiple miles across counties, and directed the West Texas Area Health Education Center program to build a stronger rural health workforce. Dr. Phillips' groundbreaking work in telehealth and rural health policy has secured more than $40 million in external funding and earned multiple honors, including the Chancellor's Council Distinguished Research Award and a Lifetime Achievement Award in telemedicine. He has also left a lasting mark as an educator, mentor, and leader. He served as the acting dean of the Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health and continues to serve knowledge as a tenured professor in the School of Medicine. Under his guidance, our HSC has not just talked about rural health care, we've delivered it with compassion, respect, and deep connection to the communities we serve. Billy, on behalf of our university and the many lives you've touched, thank you for your service, your vision, and your heart. We wish you joy in the year ahead and look forward to your lasting influence on the future of health. Please join me in recognizing Dr. Billy Phillips. Chairman, I have no other introductions.
Okay. Thank you for the introductions and recognitions. And before we continue, I would like to also thank Jad Zatuni. Jad has served as our student regent since June of 2024, and his term will expire at the end of this month. So we have very much enjoyed working with you, Jad. You've been an active advocate for the student body, and Jad will be continuing with his medical degree at the TTU Health Science Center, and we know you'll be successful throughout your career. And we wish you the best and have a ton of respect for the work that you're willing to put in to serve us all in the medical community, and wish you the best in all of your future endeavors. Jad, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for those kind words. As I've reflected on my time here on this board, I've wondered if the board of 10, 20 years ago could imagine where this university system would be at today. So there's an adage that I keep on coming back to that our chancellor often says, which is, here in West Texas, here at this university system, we do more with less. And that way of life has been around a lot longer than we have.
I say a lot of things.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, so the work in progress of each board and each generation of administrators, faculty, staff, and students compound for the next. So while I'm sad to leave, I look forward to seeing how the immense work of this board and this generation of administrators, faculty, staff, and students impact Red Raiders, Rams, and Mustangs 10 or 20 years from now. So it's been an incredible privilege working with and learning from each and every one of you, and our chancellor and our amazing university presidents and all the folks here at the system. I'll always cherish this year, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jad. Really appreciate your service, and wish you the best of luck in everything that you do. Next, we will hear from Angelo State University with their Leading the Charge capital campaign update from Mrs. Meyer. Please present that report.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, and as we get started this morning, I want to give a Ram-sized welcome and congratulations to our new regents, the reappointed regents, and leadership. We look forward to working alongside you as we reach your ambition that you mentioned in your remarks this morning. Speaking of ambition, it is a great honor to stand here and have the opportunity today to share and give an update on this exciting transformative chapter at Angelo State. Our campaign, Leading the Charge, is more than just a name. It's a declaration of our purpose, our deep passion, and our promise to our students, our alumni, our faculty and staff, and our community. This campaign is more than about just raising the dollars and having events. It's about positioning Angelo State to rise boldly, strengthen our tradition and excellence, and that regardless, every student has the potential to reach their potential regardless of their background. I want to start by a campaign video that does a phenomenal job of showcasing our campaign. It was built in-house with our communications and marketing department, which was led by Brittany Miller.
In a world filled with challenges, there is a beacon of hope. A place where dreams take flight and potential knows no bounds. For almost 100 years, Rams have been leading the charge, building a century of success on the pillars of resilience, perseverance, and determination. We're not just shaping minds, we're shaping leaders who will drive change and make a difference in the world. Through our elite facilities, cutting-edge technology, and advanced research and learning opportunities, we're preparing students to tackle the challenges of tomorrow head-on. Our faculty aren't just educators and world-class researchers. They're mentors, guides, and champions of possibility. They promote collaboration, encourage intellectual curiosity, and strengthen institutional purpose. Together, we're not just shaping minds, we're shaping futures. Here, curiosity knows no bounds. Our commitment to innovation isn't just about pushing the boundaries of knowledge, it's about empowering the next generation to become the leaders and innovators of tomorrow. It's not just about achieving success, but about lifting each other up along the way. Because when we say Ram Family, it's more than a slogan. It's a rallying cry for a community united by an inspiring vision. Through scholarships and support programs, we're breaking down barriers, changing stories, and making dreams a reality, allowing our students to rise. In a place where dreams take flight, potential knows no bounds. Our alumni are ready to change the world because when a Ram faces a challenge, it charges.
I'll start with just a brief historical perspective. This is the second comprehensive campaign that Angelo State has ever taken part of. We did, as we joined the system in '07, we jumped right in the Vision and Tradition campaign. Our original goal was $25 million. We reached that $25 million mark 2 years before the campaign ended, and so the goal was raised to $35 million, and we completed at $36 million back in 2013. Looking at our Leading the Charge campaign timeline that we have now, we launched the public phase this past August in an event I'll talk about here briefly in just a minute. We set the goal at $128 million. In 2028, Angelo State will turn 100 years old, so we're marching towards our 100-year celebration through this campaign, and it's really exciting. We started the silent phase in '22, of which we have raised over $25 million each year since then. Total to date, this presentation is just a couple of weeks old, but we're right at the $90 million mark of total dollars raised, and we look forward to getting to, I'll say, our first goal of 128, but I'll tell you, the minute that I put $120 million goal out there, President Hawkins said, "What's your stretch goal?" And I asked him, I said, "Can we talk about that as we get closer to getting the goal?" And he said, "Absolutely not. You need to establish your goal, what your stretch goal is going to be." So that's at $178 million, and we look forward to getting towards that number. We had our campaign kickoff in August, which I want to thank members of the Board of Regents, Texas Tech System leadership, and the Chancellor for attending this event. We had this campaign kickoff 2 weeks right after our largest fundraiser, the Blue and Gold dinner and auction. We welcomed our donors, our alumni, our community, as well as our freshman class that was starting a class on Monday. We had a great kickoff event. After the event, you can see President and Mrs. Hawkins leading the charge to the field, where we all came together to build the A out on the field that evening. So thank you for attending. We look forward to having you back when we close the campaign as we celebrate our 100-year anniversary in 2028. Just a few key components that we have worked on through the design of this campaign. First and foremost is a university alignment and making sure that we meet the mission and the vision of the university as we go out and solicit gifts impacting our students at Angelo State. We've worked very hard on the messaging and the branding and the goals that we are trying to accomplish, as well as collaboration with our external partners, such as our ASU Foundation Board, our RAM Club, our Alumni Association, and our FAME organization supporting the arts and music. We do a lot of focus on events. We currently host anywhere between 75 and 100 events a year, soliciting and building relationships with our donor and alumni base. As well as we have a database enhancement project. I will tell you this has been a very much needed project for us to go through, and we're at the beginning phases of enhancing the capabilities of our alumni database. I also want to say thank you to President Hawkins and Angie Wright, our CFO. We have been able to add 4 new positions, 3 within our development office and 1 within our communications and marketing department to help us get through this capital campaign. So thank you for those additional resources. Some highlights of the campaign. Since 2022, we have a total of over 14,000 gifts. Over 2,000, almost 2,400 of those gifts are first-time donors to Angelo State. That's a very important number that we try to focus on, is bringing in new alumni, new friends to the university. We've established 54 new endowments, endowments over 25,000 and above. That's our minimum at Angelo State. And 36 of those endowments are scholarship endowments directly impacting our students. We knew when we built this campaign that we had to be rooted in the things that make ASU strong. So we came up with 4 pillars within the campaign. These are our greatest areas of impact. Each pillar reflects opportunities, investing in people, strengthening programs, and expanding the possibilities that we have. We ensuring that every dollar raised leads to meaningful, measurable change. I'll go through these pillars very quickly. Patrick reminded me as soon as I walked in the door to be brilliant and keep it brief, and we'll do so. I won't go through all of these points. But
Patrick doesn't follow his own, Patrick doesn't do his own thing.
I appreciate that, Regent Cash. Thank you. The first and foremost and most important one is student success, of course. Everything we do we have our students at the forefront. I want to talk briefly about our ASU Cares and Student Achievement and Success. Most of you in the room are familiar with our Fostering RAM Success program and what it does for students that come out of the fostering care system. One of your very own Red Raiders heard about the impact of that program, and throughout this campaign, David and Lisa Alderson have established a $250,000 endowment supporting that program. We've done really well through our Student Achievement and Success portion of supporting that program, directly impacting those students. Scholarship support is a big initiative as well of this campaign. Absolutely, we're very fortunate that we do have that CAR endowment, but you can never have enough scholarship support in higher education. Currently, we have over 600 other scholarship opportunities for our university, for our students at our university. 49% of our students graduate debt-free. And President Hawkins reminds me frequently, how are we going to get that number up? We need to increase the 49% so more of our students graduate debt-free. So that's a big part of our pillar under student success. The next one is our learning experiences in the areas that impact our students. You'll see there is a list of current projects that we're raising funds for to enhance our campus. Of that $90 million that we've raised since 2022, about $33 million has gone towards construction of improving capital improvements or new facilities on our campus. President Hawkins passed out an invitation to the Regents and leadership this morning. We are excited to have the grand opening of our aviation facility, which was a $10 million project that was fully funded by private-public donations. So we hope that you can join us on May 20th as we showcase that new facility. Next one is our community partners. Community is one of our core values at Angelo State, and we strive to improve the number of partnerships that we have, bringing our community to campus, and engaging our students with the community through multiple different lectureships, internship opportunities. President Hawkins highlighted a really exciting one earlier this morning, and then just job opportunities for our kids. And finally, the last pillar, Scaling New Heights, is under research, highlights research and innovation. We're focused on establishing new endowments within the academic areas. so that our academics will have the funding for research, innovation, and technology within their programs. And I'll end on one of the most exciting, I think, opportunities. Last Regent meeting, you gave ASU the approval to purchase a new property there in San Angelo, which is really going to help us be on the cutting edge of innovation and an area for research there at Angelo State. So we're very excited about that opportunity. In closing, I want to leave you with this. ASU stands strong, poised with bold leadership and solid support. No matter the challenges ahead, we remain committed to our students' potential, a potential that is limitless. With the strength and spirit of a ram, we will continue to lead the charge, impacting lives, transforming futures, and charging forward with purpose and great pride. With that, I'll leave it for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Meyer, for that report. Undoubtedly, you will butt heads with some folks as you pursue this campaign, but let me just tell you that this board is ready to lock horns with whoever gives you any trouble, and we are behind you. That's EWE, Kano, for the minutes. Are there any further questions or comments regarding this report?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What's in your coffee?
They gave me
Great job,
this.
Jamie. Let me tell you, when they get going down there, they get going.
They gave me this whiskey decanter, but it's empty. And I was like, what's the point of that? Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Jamie.
Yes, ma'am. The next order of business is approval of the minutes, and I move to approve those minutes of the board meeting held on March 6th and 7th, 2025, and April 14th, 2025. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. And we will now continue to consider the items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask Vice Chairman Womble to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Womble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item is consideration of the consent agenda, items A through V, as listed on pages 1 through 65 of the agenda book, and the information agenda as listed on pages 66 through 72. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agenda? As a reminder, if there is an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that that item be moved to the committee of the whole. Any discussion? Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Womble.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Kano, please present the schedule of upcoming board meetings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On Roman numeral page 9 of the agenda book, there is a list of the upcoming board meetings, both for this year. The two remaining meeting dates for the 2025 calendar year are August 14th and 15th, I should say, and then November 13th and 14th. Mr. Chairman, as previously discussed, we will try to accommodate one-day meetings based on the number of agenda items, so those dates could be moved to a one-day meeting, which would be held on Thursday. The dates for 2026, the four regular meeting dates are also listed, one in February, that's the 26th, 27th, May 7th and 8th, August 13th through 14th, and then November 12th through 13th of 2026, also subject to change to a one-day meeting, the agenda permitting.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you, Kano. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess in order to conduct committee meetings. The meeting of the board will reconvene upon adjournment of the last committee meeting of the day. I guess I got a gavel. Sorry, it's my first day on the job. We will now continue by commencing our committee meetings sequentially. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and as mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Culp serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as vice chair of that committee. Mr. Culp, please continue with the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the meeting minutes of March the 6th, 2025. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, would you please present item number 1?
Good morning, Regents. This item is to request that the board authorize a one-year extension of the current contract with Salesforce at an estimated cost increase of $2 million. This will bring the total contract value since original approval at the May 2022 board meeting to $13.4 million. As this has been a large investment, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to recognize the work performed by many team members within the provost office, enrollment management, and marketing and communication, and share successes since implementation. Through the Salesforce environment, TTU has been able to offer a connected experience for our prospective and current students, faculty, and staff with products including Raider Success Hub, Marketing Cloud, and Constituent Relations Management, which is used for our student recruitment. Starting with student recruitment, this tool assists with marketing and recruiting prospective students via email, print, text, and telemarketing. Analytics help us understand where students are in the enrollment process and which communication strategies will work best for students in each stage of the process. In the last academic year, we sent more emails and print materials to prospective students, including 200,000 text messages, and called nearly 175,000 students. Then, once students are enrolled, the Raider Success Hub streamlines access to advising, support services, and other tools to personalize student engagement. We help at-risk students stay connected and improve graduation rates. The university's 6-year graduation rate is now at 69%, competitive with AAU institutions, and our 4-year graduation rate is at 51%. Targeted interventions have resulted in a 3% reduction in first-year students on academic warning, and we've helped more than 4,300 potential stop-out students stay enrolled. Texas Tech was awarded the 2023 awardee of the STAR Award from the Higher Education Coordinating Board for Raider Success Hub and has positioned Texas Tech as a leader in scalable tech-enabled student success frameworks. This contract renewal will allow us to swap some underutilized projects for more desirable AI platforms and additional licenses and continue to support enrollment growth, program marketing, event engagement, and student success initiatives. While I would be happy to answer any questions, I'd also defer to the president and provost for their comments if there are any questions that we may answer.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. Any questions for Mrs. Sloan or the president? If not, is there a motion to approve item number 1 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Item number 2 is a proposed revision to the investment policy for the Long-Term Investment Fund. If you recall, 2 meetings ago, we approved a revised investment policy for the CSIP, and so this is the long-awaited investment policy for the LTIF. There are not a lot of major changes here, but I do just want to run through a few of them. One is that we removed Section 3. That was actually determined to be a better place in Chapter 6 of the Regents rules, which was on the consent agenda you just approved. And in addition, we did an asset allocation study in conjunction with the IRC, and we are proposing that we adjust from our 60-40 between growth and stable value to a 65-35 and take a slightly more aggressive stance with the portfolio. And we also adjusted some benchmarks. As you know, or may know, the governor has put out a mandate of no investments in China. Our benchmark did include investments in China, our worldwide investments benchmark. So there's another one that is the worldwide excluding China. So we're adjusting that as well. And lastly, we are including the digital assets as part of a broader diversification strategy. And with that, I will take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Malden. Are there questions for Mr. Malden? Nope. If not, is there a motion to approve the item as presented? Second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3 is a presentation. This is an annual update I give the board as far as our bond settings, our debt amounts in the system. As you may recall, we borrow as a system instead of as individual universities. And a year ago, you authorized us to issue up to $550 million, and that we typically do that with a expiration date of 12 months so that we can go to the market when it makes sense related to market conditions and cash flow timing. And with that, we did go to the market this spring, and just want to give you a few updates there. We were the 3rd largest transaction on the day of pricing, which is a good thing. The bigger the deal size, the more interest you're going to get from investors. A lot of what we do in our bond sales is trying to increase demand for our bonds. The higher the demand, theoretically, the higher price they're willing to pay for our bonds, which decreases our interest expense, which is the ultimate goal for us. We did have 5 Texas-based firms investing in the bonds with orders from over 64 or 65 different firms. As you can see here, we were well oversubscribed, which means we had more orders, more investors wanting bonds than we had bonds to sell, which again, back to your supply and demand function, that drives up the price, which decreases our interest expense. Because of that, it's an iterative process. We were able to actually decrease the yields on the bonds by about 7 basis points across the curve on the tax exempt and 5 basis points on the taxable, which saved us, I want to say, an additional $250,000 of NPV savings because we were able to lower that. And we had great interest. Over 37 investors watched our investor roadshow, which is just a slide deck about the system and the latest financials and what we're borrowing the money for. And 65 looked at our offering documents. Included in the sale were some refunding bonds, which, if you're not familiar with that term, it's the same as refinancing. We were refinancing existing debt, so the system had some 2015 bonds, and MSU had some 2015 bonds that we refinanced. For the new Regents and those that may not recall, when MSU joined the system, they had a set amount of bonds outstanding, and we did not refinance those into system bonds at the time. A lot of them were not callable yet. It didn't make fiscal sense to do that, so we've been taking it as a case-by-case basis. As they become callable and as the rates make sense, we refund them into system bonds. And so we did that here with an NPV savings that exceeded $4 million and an all-in blended rate of 4.22. You can see here a component-by-component savings from existing bonds that were out there, and that includes the MSU being transformed into system bonds. So how do the rating agencies look at us? This is always part of the annual update. Want you to understand what they look at, how they think of us. They did affirm all of our ratings existing, which is the second best rating you can have. The best is AAA. We are right below that at AA1 or AA+, depending on the firm. The positives that they give us when they give us their report, and they give it to the market as well, is solid conservative finances, substantial liquidity, healthy student demand. They definitely look at that. How in demand are our universities when it comes to students applying to college, and then the leadership of the system and how stable that is, how experienced it is. So they view those all as positives for us is when they're developing our credit rating. Credit challenges, they always give this as well. What could pressure your credit rating going forward? And basically, they said if you continue to issue significant amount of debt, then that could pressure it. And if the state were to weaken any of the support that they traditionally have been providing to us, that could be a concern to them as well. One other thing they look at is certain financial ratios, and so we handpick these as some of the main ones that they focus on. And here you can see from left to right a 5-year trend with the most recent fiscal year of 2024 being on the far right. You can see a steady improvement in operating revenues. Operating cash flow margin has been stable. It fluctuates from year to year, but it has been stable. A good increase in cash and investments to operating expenses and debt service coverage. What we added this year is that far right column where you can see the AA plus median. So other higher eds in the AA plus category, that's the median for there. So you can see how we stand within others with our same credit rating.
James, does that change? Does that change from AAA to AA plus?
The medians?
The medians?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Substantially?
You know, I haven't looked at the AAAs in quite a while. I've never worked for a AAA organization. But I think they're, I don't know if I'd call it substantial, but noticeably different, yes, sir. On that note, we always want you to see where we stand amongst the Texas public higher ed systems. And again, nothing has changed here. The 2 PUF schools are AAA. We are the highest rated of the non-PUF schools at AA1, AA plus. And when we gave these slides to the new Regents Sinclair asked about the other schools, state schools that we might compare ourselves against. Regents Sinclair, we did note that Utah and Colorado were in at least for Texas Tech, they're in the same conference, the Big 12. They have a similar rating to us. Actually, Utah has the exact same rating as us. Colorado is slightly below, but right there neck and neck, and then everyone else is a little bit lower. But in future years, we'll add that to the slide somehow without cluttering it up. But the good news is we have the second best rating available to us and no indication that that's under any immediate pressures. As far as our debt portfolio right now, this is as of the end of March after our bond sale, so we currently have increased to $1.1 billion in outstanding bonds. And then we also have a commercial paper program that's currently at just over $40 million. On the right, you can see the good news of that is of that $1.1 billion, $372 million is funded by the state as CCAP projects. So the amount we have to budget for and make sure we can cover is the $754 million. And the bottom chart shows you how we amortize that, and that principal is being paid off each year, again, broken out between non-CCAP and CCAP. And last couple of slides, you can see here we want you to see the debt service, annual debt service. So this is principal and interest, again, broken out between CCAP and non-CCAP. And I just want to remind everyone that big bullet in 2040 was intentional. That was bonds issued in 2020 before I got here, and we made a strategic move to set funds aside to pay for that, and so those funds are sitting in the LTIF earning more than we're paying for the debt. And so by the time that bullet is due, we will have enough money, more than enough money in the LTIF to pay that off. So basically an arbitrage play. Lastly, looking ahead, what are we thinking about? I do need to take a look at the next 12 months to see if I need to come back in August with a debt authorization. I don't think I will. I think it'll be next summer before we need to issue bonds again, but we'll take a look at that and come back to you. Another couple of things I want to look into is our debt structure. That is something that we issue and structure our debt based on a project-specific basis, and The bigger, more sophisticated systems sometimes divorce those and just manage the debt portfolio kind of like a corporation does, being able to optimize their debt approach based on the market conditions at the time they issue it. We want to look into that, see if it makes sense for us or not. We don't know, haven't done much research into it, but we want to look into it. That goes hand in hand with the possibility of an internal bank, which would allow us to become less dependent on external markets and fund some of our things from internal funds. So things we're looking at. Any questions?
Great report. Thank you, Mr. Malden. Any other questions? If not, Mr. Malden, Mr. Barrett, would you please present item number 4?
We're going to jump right to performance to hit the major highlights here. If you look quarter to date, these numbers are all as of February, just so everybody knows. So we're 2 months into the quarter. We're pretty much in line with the policy composite. You go to the 1-year number, we're slightly behind. Most of that is just private equity not showing up currently. If you go backwards and think about 2024, we were able to outperform the index for the calendar year, even without private equity kind of showing up last year. We feel the same this year. Everything is looking a little bit better in the private equity book, so we're pretty positive going forward. On the 3, 5, 7, and 10-year numbers, we're dramatically outperforming, which is very positive from a long-term perspective. So again, this is really what's driving it is LTIF growth. This is the one we talked about moving to a 65% weight. It's already at 62.4 in this showing as of February, with the stable value around 37.6. It had a really strong year-to-date of 3.3 in the growth portfolio, outperforming ACWI on the year-to-date. 1 year slightly behind, and stable values continue to really outperform. On the 1-year number, 8 versus 3, 500 over the index is pretty substantial. This is just kind of the long-term orientation of the fund. If you think about LTIF, our goal is to beat CPI plus 5, which is a strategic objective. And then the other part of it is to beat the policy composite, which is the black line. You can see we're pretty much in line with the policy composite, slightly behind on the CPI plus 5, most of that due to the recent run-up in inflation. As inflation comes down, that number will catch right back up. And we tend to think of that as rolling 10-year numbers. Thinking of inflation in any short time period is not really a useful measure. This slide I get super excited about. So if you look at the black on the right, we're at 0.95 billion. For some reason, I get very excited thinking about paying out over $1 billion over the life of the endowment, and we're really close to that mark. It also highlights what Patrick and ASU and all the other institutions bring to the game, right? Without them, there is no portfolio. That gray bar is $1.37 billion that they've raised, which is fantastic. So we'll hit just really quick on what's driving the performance here more recently. If you go to the year-to-date column, probably the biggest driver in the growth portfolio was Portable Alpha. It was up 6.6% quarter to date for the 2-month period, with our equity benchmark up 2.7. That's dramatic outperformance. It's outperforming over all periods versus the benchmark. So that's really driving it. If you look down to private equity and real assets, those are detracting right now. We're really excited about the real assets. We're getting ready to do a secondary transaction that we think is really going to move the portfolio. Stable value, as I mentioned before, the hedge funds have had a good year at 7.5%. You can see that in the 1-year column. And debt is up around 7.9%, so that's both categories are doing quite well. Now we're going to shift gears a little bit to the CSIP, and Leanne runs a huge portion of this, which is the Treasury and bank portfolio. But total CSIP has had a great year. If you look at the 1-year number, 8.2 versus 5.9 for the benchmark. That's a great year. And if you look over all periods, it's beating the CSIP policy benchmark. The part that we run at the Office of Investments is called the non-current segment. We couldn't think of a better name, but that's the one we're going to go with. That's a 60% target and 40% in cash and contingency. We're pretty close to that mark on an actual basis. And again, the non-current segment has done really well. It's up 10% for the year, and you can see over time it's ahead. Also, just as important, the $823 million managed by Leanne is across the board doing quite well. You can see the one-year number up 5.4 versus 5.3 and ahead over almost all time periods. And I would say they've done a fabulous job of increasing the interest and pushing hard to get interest up in this environment and have added quite a bit of value, which I think you've heard about from James in closed sessions. So in the non-current segment, I'm going to hit on this really briefly. Our goal long run is a 70-30 portfolio, right? And if you look at the weights in these portfolios and the growth in the third column there, it's 41.8%. We're dramatically underweight risk, i.e. 70% target. Stable value is around 58%. Obviously, that has to be overweight if you're underweight growth. That is a function of us taking over the portfolio about a year ago. You're going to start to see that changing. The very positive thing about all this is we missed a massive amount of the downturn that just happened in the markets because we were building this out. So we think we're going to come into a beautiful situation here where we're getting to re-risk into a market when maybe these tariffs kind of go away and we catch the upside. So I'm kind of excited about that. Real quick on cash, you guys know what's happened with rates. You're seeing some of the rates move down. You can see December through February, you see those dropping off a little bit. That's just a reflection of the market. And you can see rates by account on the right. A lot of that moves around based on what's going on the average daily balances as well. This is the agency municipal treasury book. You can see far right is the most important number to think about. The other numbers really don't mean much. Yield to maturity is what you care about here. This is not a trading portfolio. If it was, you would care about coupon yield and average duration. But here, yield to maturity, because we hold, is what you're going to get from here going forward, which is a pretty solid return at 4.3. I'm going to stop there in the interest of time, but I'm happy to dig into any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. You mentioned when tariffs go away. When will tariffs go away?
Well, you know, I've had 3 answers to that all in the last week based on tweets from President Trump, but I'm still not really sure.
Okay, thanks. I was hoping that was your answer.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Barrett? Great report. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Culp. Next, the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee will meet. Regent Sweat serves as the chair, and Regent Sinclair serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Sweat, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on March 6, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1, approve the Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Science and Communications.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs. The Board of Regents approve a new degree program request for a Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture Science and Communication within the College of Science and Engineering and authorize submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for their approval. We intend to begin this program in the fall of this year. We know that developing a new program in agriculture, science, and communications is a strategic and we believe timely initiative that addresses critical needs in the agriculture sector and society at large. The ag industry faces complex challenges that require both scientific expertise and effective communication skills, and we believe this degree will provide that and meet several key needs, including improved science communication, enhanced agricultural literacy, not among the agriculturalists, but among the community. And I think in this era of AI, that is going to be very critical, that communication link between the ag industry and the society at large is going to become extremely critical. We also believe that this will support evidence-based policymaking, and obviously workforce development is improved as well. So in terms of the institution, it also provides us an opportunity for an interdisciplinary program between the Department of Agriculture and also the Department of Communication and Mass Media. So in conclusion, we believe that this degree is one more step in our road to providing what society needs from Angelo State University. You can see in Table 1 the 5-year enrollment projection. I believe those numbers are very realistic. If you recall, when I brought the aviation program here, I said that at the end of 5 years, we'd be at 65 students. I'm happy to report this fall we're at 194. I was under-promising and over-delivering. In terms of costs and funding, you can see the total cost 5-year projection is $560,000, and the 5-year projection on funding is $2.9 million.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Rice Spearman, please continue with item number 2, approve the Texas Tech University Health Science Center's strategic plan. That is a mouthful.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Stacy to pass down the remote. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center Strategic Plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2030. With Chancellor Mitchell's support, RHSC seeks approval from the Texas Tech University Board of Regents for our strategic plan. You each have an executive summary of this document, which I will reference during this presentation. With input from our university members across our enterprise, we have identified a strategic plan to serve as a framework for identifying significant and measurable impact areas. Our university was founded on a commitment to expanding access to quality care, specifically in a historically underserved region of our state. Your zip code should not impact your health, yet it still does in many counties we serve. As the largest producer of healthcare providers statewide, we are uniquely positioned to expand access to care, strengthen our role as a premier health sciences university, and improve lives across the state, especially in rural areas and underserved populations. Our strategic plan builds a new vision, a healthier future with access to quality care for every Texan. Our vision is our passion and our purpose for the future. It's our why. Our values guide our actions and interactions to pursue our mission and vision. Our vision works in tandem with our mission and our values. Our mission aligns how we will achieve our vision, and that is not changing. It reflects our foundational charge of developing an educated healthcare workforce, advancing knowledge through innovative research, and delivering care. Together, they create a cohesive and purposeful institution. Our strategic focus is guided by a framework that aligns passion, excellence, and sustainability to maximize impact. We aim to focus resources on initiatives where we can lead with purpose, deliver distinctive excellence, especially in rural areas and underserved communities, and ensure long-term success through community trust, operational efficiency, and sustainable funding. This disciplined approach ensures that our efforts are both mission-driven and results-oriented. Our 6 guidelines shape our bold vision of creating healthier futures. Each is a deliberate expression of who we are and how we lead. You can read the descriptions for each of these in your executive summary. These guidelines aren't abstract ideals. They are actionable priorities rooted in RHSC's identity of being people-centered, a commitment to accessible, affordable, and high-value education, and a deep focus on rural areas and underserved populations. Last May, the Board of Regents approved our institutional master plan. I shared at that time that it would be a tool in our toolbox to guide our growth over the next 2 decades. I gave an example of our commitment to Abilene and how that plan would serve as a tool for our work in that community. Today, I would like to walk through an example of how our strategic plan and the guideline for expanding access to quality care would be used to execute our bold vision for the Permian Basin. Odessa and Midland are the hub for education and hands-on clinical training through outpatient clinics. Our School of Nursing offers 3 bachelor's degree programs for workforce development: traditional bachelor's degree, accelerated second degree, and veterans to BSN. Our first-time pass rate on the NCLEX for our students on average is 96% and exceeds all national averages. In the spring of 2025, 87 students are enrolled in these Permian Basin programs. We boldly envision increasing the spring 2027 accelerated programs to 10%. Reaching this 10% increase will be a record-breaking enrollment in this campus. Our goal is to have 100 students, and this will have tremendous impact in nursing in this area. U.S. News and World Report recently ranked our School of Nursing number 10 in the nation for midwifery programs category. Our School of Medicine, we have 58 third and fourth year learners and an additional 177 residents and fellows. U.S. News and World Report 2025 rankings recently ranked our medical school in the top tier for best medical schools for primary care category. In 10 years, we've been able to increase that 136% from 75 students to 177. For the 2025-26 academic year, we project a 6% increase in residency slots and a 28% increase in fellowship positions. Our faculty, residents, and fellows provide primary care and specialty care in surgery, cardiology, endocrinology, pulmonology, emergency medicine, and adult, child, and adolescent psychiatry. Additionally, we place primary care residents through the Family Medicine Accelerated Track in 4 cities in Texas: Alpine, Fort Stockton, Sweetwater, and Pecos, and 2 in New Mexico: Hobbs and Carlsbad. We also have key strategic initiatives to enhance clinical care and services with a projected 10% increase in clinical visits for fiscal year 2026, driven by improved clinical productivity and growth. Midland is home to our additional clinical sites and the School of Health Professions Nadine and Tom Craddock Physician Assistant Studies program, which was recently named among the top 25 physician assistant programs nationwide by the U.S. News and World Report. We were ranked 14th. This summer, we will welcome our largest entering PA class to date. The class of 2027 was 72 students. In addition, our School of Health Professions has a Doctorate of Physical Therapy program. There are 14 students in the class of 2025, with growth to 17 students in the class of 2026, and more growth of 19 students in the class of 2027. What does this mean to access to care in the Permian Basin? It represents an opportunity to grow a healthcare workforce and increase the availability of quality care in the Permian Basin. So in summation, in academics, we are focused in 3 areas: growing residency and fellowship programs. We know that it takes more than third and fourth year medical students to embed practitioners into our communities. Second, we are going to continue to grow our physician assistant program. That is a deliberate strategic effort. It's a 5-year program that we're doing in conjunction with Speaker Craddock. Our third area of growth will be record-breaking enrollment in our School of Nursing. Russell Tippin, who is the CEO of Odessa Medical Center, recently said the growth in our nursing program had made a significant impact in their ability to fill vacancies in their hospital. Our second area of determined growth is in our clinical area, laying the foundation for a pediatric residency. The pediatric population in Midland is the fastest growing population. In addition, we will be hiring clinical psychiatrists, also building a psychology team to support the behavioral health hospital that will have a ribbon cutting here in the next 18 months. We will be hiring an additional surgeon to grow our surgical program by 30%, and we want to add 2 service lines to support our 2 local community hospitals in emergency and hospital medicine. The area that can't be left behind is the impact of research in these communities. The nation depends on us to determine the models that are successful and work in these communities. Through our Healthy Communities Initiative, we have already been into Crane, Texas. We will be going into Pecos in the fall to determine the actual health of that community, and that is door-to-door work in that community around chronic health and managing chronic health. Next is our BEXA Alliance project. This is a project that we've already initiated in the big country area around Abilene. We hope to extend this program into the Permian Basin. That has already made a significant impact in women's health care, which is desperately underserved in these areas. And last is our partnership with public and private entities. We are partnering with individuals, particularly in the area of digital innovation. If you're not aware, we are going into communities such as Marathon, Fort Davis, and Cayenosa, and private partnerships where we're bringing telehealth and digital innovation into those communities. This is just one example of how our strategy guidelines are at work in one of our campus communities. Our guidelines are a compass for every decision we make, ensuring that our teaching, care, research, and growth are purpose-driven, aligned, and measurable. That is how we turn strategy into momentum and vision into reality. As we implement our new strategic plan, we have set key performance indicators to track progress across the 6 strategic guidelines. Right now, we've identified around 40 KPIs to help us ensure that our day-to-day work aligns with our overall university strategy. We'll be looking at these KPIs monthly and some of them quarterly. Others, however, are unique to our university. We're going to be looking at things like enrollment and degrees awarded in research publications and grant activity, but we also have to look at our brand health, the percentage of our graduates serving in our region, and our patients served through our clinical practice. These KPIs will allow our leadership team to monitor with great focus. As mentioned, our strategic plan is another tool in our toolbox. This plan will direct our actions for the next 5 years. Thank you, Chairman Campbell and Regents, for your time and attention today. And Chancellor Mitchell, thank you for your continued support. I now ask for your approval and authorization of our strategic plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
President Rice-Spearman, thank you for that report. And, you know, as we have discussed, healthcare, especially in the Permian Basin, is a huge priority for this system right now. That region is vastly underserved, you know, and is a huge opportunity for the Health Science Center, but is also, to be honest, an obligation that we have to serve out there. I know you being from Odessa, you love the place, and I do a lot of work out there, and I do too, and love the people. They deserve good health care, and we are the only institution that's positioned to provide it to them. So I'm encouraged by the ambition of your plan, but encourage you to go bigger.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's the President Horn, the first president of Tech, people quote this a lot, but he said, there will always be room at Texas Tech for things that are big. There will always be room for courage and industry and hard work, for love of God and love of man, for faith in God and faith in humanity. And I think those words are very applicable to what we intend to do in the Permian Basin. But again, would just like to encourage you, you know, however big you're thinking about this thing, you know, quadruple it, because that is the scale and the size of the need and the scale and the size of the opportunity.
Thank you, Regent Campbell. I'm encouraged, based on our conversations, of the support of the Regents and also the support that we will need from our communities and our private partners that sit in those communities as well. We can't do this alone. It's going to take a strong public school system, affordable housing, for us to come in and partner to be able to recruit the kind of people that we need to recruit into these communities. So I'm very excited about this partnership and what we're going to accomplish.
Well, the great thing is we have an incredible community out there that wants just exactly what we want. You know, people like Regent Colt down there, you know, are there to support us. There are plenty of resources, plenty of oil coming out of the ground.
Yes, sir.
You know, some days that oil is worth more than others, but, you know, right now, the need is just undeniable, and so we just got to go get it done. So let's do it, and we're here to support you in any way that we possibly can to achieve that goal.
Thank you.
I also forget that you're from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Kermit.
Kermit, yeah, sorry.
We all talk about the triangle. Actually, we grew up 23 miles away from each other. But I echo Chairman Campbell's remarks, and I'm sure the Regents join us in that. You did mention the BEXA program, and I don't know how many people are familiar with it. I actually participated in that, and it's for women. And I just thought it might be good for you to share it so that the larger community who's online might also be able to hear a little bit about that.
So the BEXA Alliance is a partnership that we really developed in coordination with BEXA to bring a digital innovation tool. It's a handheld tool about the size of a computer mouse into rural communities to screen women for early detection of breast cancer. We initiated this project with Hendrick Hospital in Abilene. We've been able to screen over 100 women. We've actually detected early breast cancer in a few women, more advanced breast cancer, and we were able to get them into care earlier, which allows for better outcomes for them. Again, over 1,000 women have been screened through this, where we went into the school systems, the churches, we met them where they were, where they didn't have to travel great distances to get this screening. We will begin to expand this to our other region areas as well.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add as well, as a resident in the Permian Basin in Midland for 44 years, that I can say with great confidence the footprint of the Health Sciences Center in the Permian Basin has exploded down there. Certainly we're underserved. We're underserved because the population in the Permian Basin has doubled in the last 15 years, and it's going to continue to grow. Even at $60 oil, it's going to continue to grow. We're underserved in a lot of areas, grocery stores, retail, but health-related is very important. To an aging resident of the Permian Basin, I can say we need your help. And so thank you for what you've done. We are committed to help you any way we can in the Permian Basin. We have a lot of mutual friends and contacts down there that can help in that regard, and there's going to be a big effort to do that. I'm also happy to report that the growth in the pediatrics that she referred to is in large part due to the Culp grandchildren down there. So you're welcome, and we hope to continue that in the years ahead. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Regent Culp.
Dr. Russ Spearman, in addition to everything else that's already been said, thank you. This is a huge, huge undertaking. And one of the things that I think is always important, I love this slide, because for so many people that, we say the Permian Basin, and you have no idea the scale. And when you really look at that, you see you are trying to solve a problem within a third of our state. And that is just huge, and the impact is going to be tremendous. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. Next to meet is the Audit Committee. Regent Gordon serves as chair, and Regent McCracken serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Gordon, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. The Audit Committee is hereby called to order. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on March 6, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Jack, would you please present item 1?
Good morning. I thought I'd start with a quick operational update on our annual audit plan. So far this fiscal year, our office has completed 36 audit projects, and we have 18 in total. So we have a lot going on, and you can see from the chart up there, most of what we have completed are required and risk-based audits. Not as many investigations and special projects this year. And as we know, fraud can be cyclical. So right now we're kind of in a lull. Hopefully it stays that way, but you never know. So I just wanted to give you that quick update where we stand on that. And then next, I just want to highlight the TTU Administration and Finance Certificate Program. And this is a program that Administration and Finance implemented in 2023. And the goal is to educate those staff members at TTU that have business roles and responsibilities. And so this would be like our business managers in colleges and departments. And it's just to educate them on those responsibilities and the centralized financial processes and things that they need to be aware of to do their role effectively. And so through our audit work over the years and our fraud investigations, we've identified risk and internal control gaps and knowledge gaps in these kind of business areas that they need this knowledge. Business managers need this knowledge so that they can look for the red flags of fraud and just to make their financial processes just run, smoothly. And so we partnered with Administration and Finance on a management advisory engagement, and we had two of our auditors went through this Administration and Finance Certificate Program as a part of the third cohort. And so this program includes 9 monthly 4-hour sessions, and it includes presentations on budgeting, procurement, accounting, payroll, underutilized endowments, financial reporting, human resource processes, and there are others as well. And our office also presents our fraud prevention training through this program. So as a result of Matt and Ryan participating in the third cohort of this program over the last 9 months, they identified and communicated to management of this program just a few things they might want to consider adding to this program, including but not limited to research-related information. So business managers need to know about effort certification and what that means and how to go about doing that, allowability of expenditures on grants, also scholarship awarding processes, and onboarding of international staff. So this is really a worthwhile program. It includes a wide range of information, technical knowledge, and really helps our business managers or those in similar business roles to perform their duties effectively. And I just want to recognize Noel, Sloan, and Bradley Martin and the rest of their team for putting this program together. It's a very worthwhile program. And that concludes my report.
Are there any questions or comments?
The duration of it, it takes about 9 months. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jack, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Gordon. Our last committee to meet today is the Facilities Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Cash serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Good morning, everyone. The Facilities Committee meeting is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on March 6th.
So,
Is there a second?
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Breedlove and Dr. Crable, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 1 is at Texas Tech University. This is to approve concept and expenditure of the new Davis College of Agricultural Science and Natural Resources building, project for design professional stage 1 design services. You've heard about this project in the past, but this is the first time that I present it. This is the Davis College location adjacent to the Academic Science Building that we opened up in August. And this is the Dumont Jenks image that you've seen before in the past. This is Ag Row that you see, and Davis is over there on the left, the multi-story building that's adjacent to all the other ag buildings. That's 15th Street. That's also going to be the Student Success Corridor. So this is the scope of services, execute design 1, stage 1. For space utilization, programming, SD, statement of probable costs, and project schedule. So Dean Crable is going to come up and share his vision.
Madam Chairman and Board, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a real honor to be able to present this to you and appreciate your time today. As Dean of the Davis College, we are committed to the vision of excellence that has been presented here today, and this project certainly will lend itself to us moving in that direction. So our plan aligns with the Dumont Jenks that I know you've all seen and approved, and the concept of the 10-minute walk across campus is part of the purpose for where this facility, where this new building will be located. But what this facility does is allows us to continue to advance and excel as a College of Agriculture, to foster engagement of our students, our faculty, our staff, but also our broader community from an outreach outreach and engagement perspective, to enhance that collaboration both within TTU and across our colleges and across our faculty, and even with external partners that would include other universities within the system. And our vision is to connect sustainable food, fiber, and resilient communities with the One Health concept, and this facility allows us to grow and excel in that space. It will be the prominent feature right on the corner of Detroit, on the northwest corner of Detroit and 15th, and so as you're entering campus from the west, it will celebrate agriculture with the observance and the appearance of this building at the front end of that promenade headed towards the Student Union. So it does fit the future 10-minute walk model. And again, it is a laboratory and a research and engagement space that will allow us to move in the direction towards excellence. And so what we do is we create the next generation of global leaders in food, fiber, ag, and natural resources. And we are focused on research, education, community outreach, and engagement. Chairman Campbell, I saw a great picture earlier this week of you and Secretary Rollins and Brian Sykes. Brian Sykes is the chairman and CEO of Cargill and happens to be a graduate of Texas Tech University from agriculture and applied economics. That's the level of people we want to continue to train at Davis College. So again, the location just to the northwest in the northwest corner of Detroit and 15th Avenue would require us to take down a couple of older facilities, the 1961 Fisheries and Wildlife Research Building. Some of you in the room, or maybe not, would remember that was at one time the Meats Lab for Animal and Food Sciences, and then the 1951 Kasner Annex Building, which is the original Animal Science Building. And talking with many stakeholders, some of them that would have actually been taught in these facilities, they seem to be okay with the idea of tearing those facilities down and moving our students into a newer, more modernized space. Rerouting of some utilities would be a part of that as well, central heating and cooling, to be able to have steam, chilled water, et cetera, just also presents an opportunity for us to upgrade those utilities in that new space. So just a broad look at what would be included. Obviously, we're not going to move every department into this building, and so Agro and that series of buildings, in addition to the current Animal and Food Sciences building, will still be key and critical to our mission of teaching and learning, of cutting-edge research and innovation, and of course, outreach and community engagement. But it does present itself, and these are certainly not ranked in order of importance. And in a matter of fact, obviously, teaching and learning and modernized classrooms is most critical, in addition to laboratories that allow us, again, to bridge our sustainable agriculture and food and fiber with the One Health concept, bringing in faculty that are doing work across those spaces. Collaborative areas, ag people love to get together, and so creating a nice space where we can not only engage students, and again with the front-facing building coming in from the west side of campus, it will serve not only students in agriculture, but students more broadly with ready rooms. But we really want this facility to celebrate agriculture and thinking about our 100-year anniversary as a college, one of the founding colleges at Texas Tech University. The timing could not be better for us to be initiating this project. In addition, the Student Success Center, and so we will build out space, high-quality space for students to gather, but also for students to think about career opportunities, development offices that are engaged in the Davis College of Ag, and of course the Dean's office would be in this space as well.
Can you keep them out of Stengel Murdo Beach right there?
But that'll be a challenge.
That's part of the learning curriculum.
Absolutely.
All right.
The Red Meat Store that you all are hopefully, and I'm sure are familiar with, will be located. We're not going to relocate the whole thing, but just add a store in this new facility, at least as a plan. And so we are in an area where we're in a food desert, where the only food you can get is dorm food, and so we do hope to increase dining opportunities for students on that end of campus for sure. Other questions or about the plan here?
Are the two, Dr. Crable, are the two buildings you're going to demolish, are they currently being occupied and utilized? You're going to have to relocate some facility or some students and faculty?
Yes, Sir, Regent Culp. And so one of the departments that are currently in the Kasner Annex is landscape and architecture. Again, thinking about the design village that I believe is, I don't know if on this agenda, but will be at some point in the future. They will have new space as well, and of course we want to continue to have their students engaged in the Davis College building. We want them to understand that they're part of Davis College and our mission, but there will be opportunity for new space for them. Fisheries and wildlife, again, thinking about lab space in the new facility. We'll be thinking about that as we start this planning and design process for sure. So we will create new space, but in the interim, we will need to find location for those faculty and students to house. Okay, no other questions. I'll turn it back over to Billy. Thank you all very much for your time.
In Regent Cope, one of the parts of the space utilization study is once we put these new spaces in the new building, what we can backfill in those old spaces as a part of that. We're going to look at the student ratio to the faculty. We're going to look at all the other existing spaces for efficiencies and classroom and class lab space analysis. So we're going to do a full study on that. We don't normally do that on every project, but we're going to look at the whole college this time. Okay, so here's the project budget. This is for $2.2 million. Most of that's for design services. We're ready to put a design professional on as soon as this meeting's over. And Madam Chair, the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of the 2.2, total anticipated project budget $80 million, award the design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 services to be paid with RFS and repaid back also with HEF and also gifts.
Very good. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Regents, Mr. Breedlove is prepared to share a report on ongoing facilities, planning, and construction projects. If there were projects on which you would like to be updated, if not, we will conclude the committee meeting. Mr. Breedlove, please present item 2 as appropriate.
Sure. Is there any questions on any of the existing projects in construction or design that you'd like to hear about? Okay.
If not, thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. This concludes the business to be handled by our committees. And so the meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order, and the board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through 074 and 076 of the Texas Government Code. board will now reconvene into open session and continue to meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Vice Chairman Womble, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 5 motions to present. The first motion, I move that the board authorize Chancellor Mitchell or his designee to make the necessary administrative updates to Chapter 6 of the Regent rules regarding certain definitions and operations of the Texas Tech system, administration, institutional advancement, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Second motion, I move that the board authorize the audit committee chair in consultation with Chancellor Mitchell or his designee to make the necessary administrative updates to Chapter 7 of the Regent rules regarding the adoption of a charter for the Texas Tech University System Office or Audit Services, all under the terms and conditions set forth in the executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Third motion, I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek or his designee to make budget adjustments and take other necessary and appropriate actions in response to the recent electrical event on the Texas Tech University campus in Lubbock, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Fourth motion, I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in that executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
And my last motion, I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the lease of real property located in Mansfield, Texas, all under the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
This concludes my motions for today.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. The final item of business is announcements. Are there any other announcements at this time? Okay.
Does your brain hurt?
Well, I've got something, but it's not appropriate. There being no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
And I second that motion. All in favor? So this meeting of the Board of Regents at Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.